Hello, hello. Volume test. Hello, hello. Volume test. Seems good. Alright, I did it again. I called it volume test. It's audio test. Quality test. Happy Pride Month. It is June 1st. Oh, spooky Dungeons 2 Deep Dark sounds. I guess while I'm here, this is the... Well, there's these little note blocks you can play. And this is the melody for opening the portal. Oh, I don't like how fast I was going there. Okay. Hehehe. Anyways. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do today. A little bit of Minecraft. That is the main thing that I had in mind. I might try to add the rest of the colored pride eggs, because I didn't quite do all of them on Easter. Let's see, here's my resource packs. You are welcome here. Oh, how lovely. You know, I don't check the title screen in Minecraft enough. I don't know if this is still a thing, because they updated the logo at some point, and I don't know if they included this Easter egg in it, but sometimes, very rarely, at least this used to be a thing, the E and the C would be swapped. And so instead of Minecraft, it said Minceraft. And it's like a, I don't know, 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million chance or something. It's like very, very uncommon, but I think enough. I don't know if it's 1 in a million, because I think it's like common enough that it could happen, but it's also very subtle. So it's like if you're not watching for it, then you probably just wouldn't notice it. Oh yeah, it's raining. Cool. Little bit of lag. Yeah, these little pride eggs. Well, this one's literally called pride egg. Yeah, they're just egg renames. I quite enjoy them. I don't know. I'm not sure how would be best to check which ones I'm missing. Because part of the whole idea was I hid them around. Hid them around my little base area. Oh yeah, little baby chick. Oh yeah, I was thinking over here could be a fun spot. See, there's one right here. I believe I know what one of them was. Hang on, let me... Let me go to my resource pack page. This makes it a little easier to see all of them. Oh. Yeah, I could put some more over here, maybe like in between some houses. Oh yeah, I can add crimson wood to here now. So I think that's something I'll do today. Let's see, I might do one up here and one down here. One down there. And I guess that'll be the only one with 2 colors. Or that'll only be the one that has 2 buildings made of that color. You know, ignoring cherry wood makes up most of them, but that's appropriate. Okay, so I guess first of all, I should try to think about how many are there. So I know there's 3 in the house. Oh yeah, and how many are there total? Uh, 19 it looks like. So 4, I skipped 1, 5. Now this was before I extended this village area, so there's none down here. I'm pretty sure. I tried not to have them like too spread out throughout the forest area. But yeah, there was one over here. That's 6. One down here. The like standard rainbow one. 7. I wonder if that's like the least hidden of all of them. It might be. It's just kind of there. Uh, 9. Harvest some pumpkins while I'm over here. Also some sugar cane. Mm. 10. Oh. 12. Okay, I think, oh, 13. So how many are there again? And was that 13? Oh gosh. Counting is hard. Counting 2 things at once is harder. Okay, I think I'll just start over. So remember, it's 19, so just 1 less than 20. This one kind of looks like a zombie, by the way. The color's very zombie coated. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to like kind of pay mind to like which ones I've already done. Oh gosh. Okay, so 3, 4. I don't think there's any over here. 6. I don't know if I got that one before. 7. 8. Yeah, I think I remember pretty well like what most of the ones I skipped were. 9. I remember it being like mainly ones with more specific designs on them. Ten, 11, 12 in here. Thirteen. 14. So if I got them all, that would leave 5. Is there really that many? Well, let me try. Oh, one at a time. So that looks like one that I would have done, but maybe I didn't. So I know this is one. So I'll do the ones that I know I didn't do before. Oh, it's just that, yeah. And it might just be those two. What about this one? Oh yeah, there. Yeah, so that one. This maybe? No? Okay, actually, I just had a great idea. So let's start with these two. Yeah, I'm just gonna type them all out in chat. There's that little notification sound again. I gotta figure out what's causing that. I disabled like sidebar notifications in my browser, but it seemingly wasn't that. Some of these are like fairly similar looking. I started with that one in the chat. Some of them are fairly similar looking, so you know, it can be difficult going purely off of that. But I did have that one. Ow. Again, I don't think this place existed at the time, so there wouldn't be any hidden in there. I did make this rather inconvenient for myself by making it by making this like an Easter egg hunt. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So the count is consistent. I mean, you know, that just means I remembered all of the same ones as last time. Doesn't guarantee that I'm not missing any. I think I recognized one, or, oh, two, actually, that I, yeah, there's only 2 left, so That is probably... I think I got all of them. And if I end up making a duplicate, then it is what it is. So Polly is one of them. And the other one... could have checked here first, but I was feeling confident. Let's see, the other one... what's it called? Oh, is it just... queer? Yeah. Yeah? This one. I think it is that one. But there's another one that I was thinking. Which one was that? Maybe agender? Well, I do believe that is accurate. Where did that cat go? Now why must you do this? Where's the little baby chick? I do hear it. Perhaps it's gone down the stairs. No. Up the stairs? Well, it wouldn't be in there. Where is this little creature? I'm so confused. Oh! Oh no! You can fit behind. That's crazy. Oh, little friend. Okay, I might try to do something about that. For now, though, I feel safer with it being there, because I really was afraid of it pathfinding into this fireplace. Yeah, let's grab a shelf. Couple eggs. I don't know if I have any brown eggs paired with any of them. Hehehe. Oh. Right, why am I thinking I don't need more shelves? The plan was not to use existing shelves for this. There we go. Actually, do I want to put that there? I think here is better. This feels more tucked away. I was trying to remember what they were called, as if I can't just pan over. But yeah, these three, I avoided these three last time because, well, I wasn't wanting to do all of them, and so like, yeah, these ones with like additional shapes just felt like good options to leave out. I'm glad I'm revisiting it though. Oh wait. Which of these houses do I want to recolor actually? I mean, I guess this one also, wow, this one also needs to be replaced. So it doesn't matter too much. Let's do this one. Oh. I forget that that is how shelves work. It takes the entire stack of items. I think I'll put another one in the village. That one. And then there was two. think I want to do that. And while I'm over here, I should make sure the other one I was thinking of is here, because there's another one that looks like this, but with different colors. I forget if it's darker or lighter colors. I was imagining darker, but it might be lighter. This one, it is darker. And I do have it. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I just thought to look at the moon, and it's a new moon. I think this one. Now just one more. What is another good spot? Not gonna lie, another shelf just behind here would be kind of diabolical. You know, this one's already like, I think pretty well hidden when the sugar cane is all grown up, and then it's like, if you find this one and then you're just thinking like that's the one over here. Oh, and with how similar they are as well. If you see the one on the other side, you might not even like fully register that as something different. I don't think I'm gonna do that, but it is an interesting idea. I don't think I ever really approached this with like trying to make it difficult. This one might be pretty good actually. skeleton. I will say there's a bit of a concern with like messing up like the view of places. I do kind of like that from a, you know, hiding Easter eggs around and like not, or like semi-obvious places. But it does kind of mess up the whole like lone tree on a ledge atmosphere. What if I put it to the side? It's definitely less obstructive. I don't mind that as much. I think I'll try that. Also, oh, I got too close. I should light up this area. Little pig, oh. Where's the light level again? Did this get reset? Yeah. I think that's good. Oh, that's interesting. So this block is a light level 0, but there's not a block there. So I mean, I think that's fine. I think that is barely lit up enough. Oh. It's unfortunate how inconvenient changing versions can be. Switching between versions can be. You know, they've been adding so many things lately, and like the game isn't very good at saving those features when you go back to a version that doesn't have them. And to be fair, like, I get it. I don't really know how you'd make it so that it does remember those. It's just a little unfortunate. I'm not sure how many planks I need. Oh. And I'm doing it for 2 houses. That's right. Hehehe. I think I might do this one. Oh yeah, I should in theory do the corners as well. Pathfinding in this game is so silly sometimes. Okay, so a little over half a stack. Should I change these? Probably. I haven't in there. But I do think I should. Let's see, so it's 35. Yeah. I was wondering about maybe doing different colors that are like complementary. don't know. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I can just look at the amount of cherry planks that I have. There we go. Ow. The cherry logs in the corners do just work quite well with all of these colors. I think I might just leave that as it is. Okay, and I was wondering about that. I did leave it as mangrove floor here. I don't know if I even thought about that. That's another thing I should perhaps change. Could try crimson. That might look rather nice. I think this one. It is uncomfortable using an axe around villagers. I forgot about the torch inside. Should I be doing that for all of them? Maybe. Trying to think again, where... You know what I might do? What? First of all, I think I might put bamboo with the nether hyphae. So I'd move this to the bottom. And then I think I might have birch and jungle together with room for a third. And then put pale oak and poplar together. You know, now that we're gonna have 2 grayscale wood sets, that feels a bit more appropriate. Storage systems are already so hard in this game. I feel like people don't talk about like trying to account for future content, future blocks and items. Because it changes. The things you need to account for changes. Well, let's see here. I've been holding on to this stripped mangrove log for a while, but it's a little silly. What would be a good floor to pair with mangrove? I've got a lot of birch slabs. Yeah, let's go with birch for now. I made that rotten flesh chest a little bit less convenient. Oh, I was fully expecting the beds to break. I forget that they are allowed to float. That's like such a weirdly just inconsistent thing in this game. Now, do I want to do that, or maybe that? Oh, look at that color palette of wood. Isn't that nice? I could also just stick with the pink. I think I'm just gonna stick with the pink for now. I think orange could also look pretty nice there. In here, see, the mangrove would be nice, except it meshes with the floor. Again, I think I'm just gonna stick with pink. I need... I think I need acacia. Okay, but in here... So, mangrove... I mean, like, I can try it, but... Yeah, I just don't like when it matches the floor like that. I might like the crimson here, though. That's kind of cool. The veins in crimson hyphae is so nice. So maybe I do that. I could try it in any case. I mean, I guess that's probably gonna equal just leaving it. Lovely. So how's this place looking now? With all these different colors. I think one of these houses could be different. Could be a different color. One of these pink ones. I like it though. think that's fun. Oh, you know, I've never considered this. I want to have different colors for my house. And I could potentially do like a gradient of reds. I don't think that's what I'm gonna go for, but that's an interesting idea. Speaking of the house, though, maybe it's about time I take care of that. Although first maybe I should take care of this. How do I want to organize this now? Should I put the grays here? I think so. Oh, I did that correctly, except I meant to put bamboo on the bottom. Is that better, though, to have it on the top? I think it probably is, actually. Oh. It's kind of pushing it with the scaffolding storage. I don't know that that's a good place for scaffolding. Although, like, how... Oh, whoops. How else are you necessarily supposed to do that? I don't know. Ironically, I don't think I need to change these sortings, like, at all. They kind of still just work. You know, you've got your reds here, which, like, the main thing is I care about is cherry and mangrove in particular. And then the grays kind of fit in after that. And then these are still, like, kind of neutral tones. So yeah, you know, it all just kind of matches up. I have no idea what this one should ultimately look like. I mean, you know, I have no idea what might end up going here. I'm just kind of imagining they might add something else that could. Something maybe more like yellowish. We already have bamboo, but maybe I would even put bamboo up there to match with the lighter those, like, lighter colors. And then, you know, if they add like a blue, purple, or green, that could go down here. That sound again. Might as well put stripped oak here, or the stripped pale oak here. If I've got the blocks for it, it's like, why not? Okay, I have like nothing for dark oak. That's kind of crazy. You know, I feel like someday they are gonna add some kind of sawmill, you know, a wood equivalent for the stonecutter. And that day is just gonna be glorious. Because the fact that you have to place the logs in order to get in order to get stripped oak, you have to place it and then strip it manually. Not oak, just stripped logs in order to get stripped logs. Astra is crazy. That is like downright barbaric. Oh yeah, the signs. I need to fix that. Well, I will. Given time, I will get around to that. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Yeah, gotta fix these signs. It works in the next drop. but I need to make sure it works in earlier versions as well. Lovely. It saddens me a little that there aren't like full-sided bamboo blocks. You know, so for example, you can combine 4 of these to have 4-sided crimson hyphae. So it doesn't have the log part. But you can't do that with stripped, or with bamboo. And frankly, I feel like the reason why you can't is because if I take bamboo planks and I take stripped bamboo, you might notice they're a little bit similar looking. And if I take this stripped bamboo and I place it sideways, you might notice they're a lot a bit similar looking. In fact, they are basically identical. Well, not just basically, I think they are identical. There's like... maybe it's just a lighting difference. I think so. There's like a little bit of separation between them. But yeah, I think that was a lighting difference. I'm pretty sure these are just the same texture. And so people don't tend to... I haven't really seen people use it as such, but that does essentially mean that a block of bamboo is like, that's green wood. That's green wood planks. Effectively. Like you know, if you consider bamboo to be the yellow planks, then just regular bamboo blocks are green. Which honestly, that looks pretty nice. I have to admit, I haven't even like... I mean, I think I've had this idea before, but I've never really looked at it and thought of it in that way. Yeah, has no one built like this before? I'm getting a little sidetracked from my point, because like... you know, people want green wood, and like that is not far off from just being that. But my point is, because like these blocks are the same, and maybe this is more so the reason why we don't, if you could make four-sided stripped block of stripped bamboo, then it would just be the planks, but rotatable. And I think that's fine. I don't see an issue with that, really. And then it would also mean being able to have four-sided block of bamboo, which, again, is just green planks, but rotatable. Now, it wouldn't have the stairs and slabs, and that is... Oh, and, you know, all of the other stuff. And that's kind of a big deal. So that's like... That's where this is very much not... you know, properly a green wood set, because it's not a set. It is just the planks. But like, that's pretty nice, isn't it? Now, this is coming from someone who pretty much only like really likes colors on the spectrum of red. I don't think there's any colors I particularly dislike, but all the colors that I really like, to use and work with, are on the spectrum of red. In case that hasn't been obvious. But I don't know. Was I making a point? Maybe. Okay. Hold on. Let's think about this. Where would calcite be? Here. Yeah! I might need to use all of this, and even then I don't know if it's enough. But let us try it, shall we? Let's see, so... I guess that's just... Yeah, so I think starting here... This isn't going to show up from the outside, so like... I feel like that's kind of just a waste of material to worry about that. Okay, I'll do this whole wall. Again, it's kind of a waste. But yeah, so this... I have to do all of the blocks inside as well. But I'm gonna start with just what's visible from the outside. This is kind of what I had in mind. Oh yeah, this is not enough calcite. This is not even close. Oh gosh. I mean, I think that looks kind of nice though. Oh no, I have to break the painting. Oh, unless I'm quick enough. Nice. Zombie, where did you come from? I broke a torch. Oh no. Calcite sounds weirdly like metal. That's crazy that I can do that. I like that. Oh. Oops. Now I could also use pale oak for this. And you know, I don't know which one would be better. What I might do is since I definitely do not have enough calcite for the rest of this top section, I might try pale oak for that. I was also thinking I could try like a different color. Like I was saying earlier, maybe I try the crimson wood. Perchance. I do think I like that. Yeah. The crimson might blend a little too well with the amethyst and purple on the roof though. How does it look in here? Honestly, I kind of don't mind. Needs to be more food in some spots, but I kind of don't mind these like strips of log in areas. It's kind of interesting, I don't know. Over here it kind of just looks like worn down. Could maybe do that to like, yeah, sell that effect a little more. It's interesting. Yeah, I might leave it like that, honestly. Okay, yeah, so these areas are supposed to be calcite as well. That's fun. Interesting. And then one more little spot up here. Literally just those 2 blocks. I forgot I did that. Yeah. I think that was a good change. I mean, I've been planning to do that for like the whole time. And I'm just finally getting around to it. Might have done it sooner if calcite wasn't so difficult to get a hold of. Technically it's not that rare, but I just, it pains me so much that you have to tear up generation to get it. Either you have to tear up geodes, which I don't like, or you have to tear up the calcite strips in Stony Peaks. And I also don't love that. It's really unfortunate the way that's currently designed. But yeah, this definitely shouldn't go like... Well, okay. I was gonna say this definitely shouldn't go pink, white, pink. But as I'm saying that... Maybe that actually is kind of fun. I mean, like, what other color could I make that? Oh, wait, random thought. I just realized we're getting light gray wood. That would be kind of fantastic for this sort of like patchwork design in chimneys, like kind of covering up the campfire with that. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything that would be a good color for this besides just continuing the white. I mean, having it go back to pink isn't terrible by any means. I could have it change to like to a different color, like birch. Could be interesting. I think mangrove is probably too dark. Like mangrove, well, maybe it's not. Hey, I kind of forgot about that. That's fun. Yeah, maybe switching to a darker color on the top would work well. I was thinking that it might work better if it was like mangrove on the bottom and then went to pink and then went to white at the top. But I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case. And yeah, crimson could work well. Maybe. Again, I worry about it blending with the purple. Acacia could be interesting, but then similar issue. I worry about it blending with the copper. I might try mangrove. Let's see, do I have enough mangrove planks to just try that right now? Also, where's... Here, yes. More wind charges. That doesn't look like enough. But I'll add that together and then maybe that's enough. When am I gonna remember to put snowballs in my ender chest? Okay, this probably still isn't enough. But let's just try. Also, I think I considered it blending with the floor earlier, but then I kind of forgot about that. That's a future me problem, I think, if I decide to go with this. Six, 9, 12. So yeah, this isn't enough. It's very close to enough, though. Okay. Yeah, so just as like a facade, how does that look? I think I kind of like it. Maybe. I think I do like that. Would it be a crazy idea to try jungle? That just popped into my head because that's kind of like a pinkish brown. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might do that. Kitty cat. You know, I planted all of these mangrove trees. Right, this doesn't have any kind of sharpness on it. Planted all of these mangrove trees, and I haven't harvested a one. So maybe let's do that. Gosh, they're a little intimidating though. It's like where do I even start with this? Well, I think you start from above. Respiration is awesome. And Depth Strider. And Aqua Affinity. You know, it's just nice to be able to like exist in the water. Yeah, those shears were a bit low anyways. I think. I think breaking them whilst or breaking them like for the sake of collecting some of these leaves is good. So I don't know how these saplings generate the trees, but I'm gonna assume that the main log is right above where you planted the propagule. I mean, I think that's what I assumed whole time. All the times I've harvested these trees. It's just weird because, like, you know, the log generates above where you plant it. So it doesn't feel like that necessarily makes sense in the same way. But at the same time, anything different would perhaps be stranger. Oh, that's interesting. With how I planted these trees, I have no idea where some of these end and the others begin. See, yeah, like that was all one tree, which is kind of crazy. Broken clocks. But I mean, like the only way you can really gauge it, I feel, is with the roots. Mangrove roots. You know, I do like that they make unique trees like this. Let's see, would I have planted that one on the ground like that? On the grass? I'm not sure. Oh wow, and more of these are growing in already. feeling that was in the middle. But alas, that is not what I chose to check first. Where do I keep moss? There. I don't know if that should be like a entire chest of sticks like that. I think for now I might do that. Also, I don't need all this bone meal. You know, if they're growing back as I'm harvesting them, and I'm not even intending to chop down all of them, you know, I think we're good. I don't know how to approach the little ones, because it's like, it doesn't even feel worth chopping them down. But then, like, if I just ignore them, then like those are gonna be the ones that keep accumulating over time. You know? If I only ever chop down the big ones, then eventually it will just be little ones. But yeah, what was I saying? What was I thinking? I wonder if it's worth chopping down the Okay, is this a thing? Is this a thing that moss carpet can just float like that? Or is that just like a weird side effect of it being naturally generated? I feel I need to test this. So moss. Yeah. Okay, it's specifically. Oh, I think I get what's happening. Okay. So this is very interesting. I believe what's happening here, I wonder if we can do this with anything else. Not that. Okay, so it's not like, it doesn't completely break the game. But I think what's happening here is like this moss carpet is kind of I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it has to do with the fact that it's waterlogged. And so when you delete this, you know, you're removing the block, but then the water that was also there is still there. That's so interesting. I assume if I do it with leaves, yeah, same thing. That'd be fun if it worked with anything. You know, like the torch that I just tried there, just whatever. I wonder what else that might work for, if anything. Oh, actually. Well, so first of all, yeah. So it's not just those kinds of blocks. Wait, this doesn't work. Except it does. Yeah, okay, so removing the water does update it and it breaks. I was mildly hopeful that it wouldn't break. That would be really wild. I kind of want to leave this tree. You know what? I will. It's neat looking. I'll take down some of these smaller trees that I was talking about. And maybe this one, let's actually try leaving the roots. So yeah, I wonder if it's worth chopping those down, because you get so many more of them than you do with the actual wood, which is kind of obnoxious. You should be able to turn those into sticks. I think that would make that much less obnoxious. Yeah, I'm curious to see. Oh, hello. I'm curious to see how leaving the root blocks ends up working out. Like if it just continues to grow them back in different places and eventually it just becomes like a cube of roots. Okay, this might be a good one to take down. I started gliding. That is not allowed. Let's see, was that two separate branches going in the same direction? I assumed it was two branches going in opposite directions, but you know, it looks like the main one is here. Interesting. Okay, hopefully I didn't miss any. I certainly tried not to. Copper. Okay, well this is plenty of mangrove logs to finish the exterior of my house. Oh. That zombie picked up a propagule, so it wouldn't have despawned. I assume the same applies to it drowning. It would still be holding the item and not be able to despawn. Okay. Kitty cats. Oh yeah, I should mention I think I'm done harvesting these trees. I just wanna see if anything else has been dropped. I shouldn't worry so much about that stuff though. Although I have been low on sticks. So, you know, obviously you can just craft that from planks, but I haven't needed to yet. Anyways. Yeah, I should mention, because I was doing all that stuff with the with the pride eggs earlier. And I have now announced this on my socials. But I'm gonna be adding pride hearts to my packs as Totem of Undying renames. So I think that's fun. How did I end up with Minecraft leaves? Huh. I'm just gonna do 3 rows of that for now, I think. But yeah, I don't actually have a Totem of Undying yet, so I can't show it. But I already have 1 heart, which is just like a kind of wine red Valentine's heart. Actually, I think it's very similar color as Crimson Planks. A little less purple than these are, I think. But yeah, similar color to those. What would it look like on the inside? If I only did the necessary blocks. But yeah. Sorry, I get distracted and sidetracked easily. Yeah, so I've already got that Valentine's heart as a totem rename. And then I'm adding same thing with the eggs. I don't know if I really showcased this. But the eggs have all 16 regular all 16 of the regular like in-game colors. And the hearts are gonna have the same. So they're gonna have all 16 of those colors. Those default Minecraft colors. And then I'm gonna have all of the same pride flag recolors as I did for the eggs, which is meant to be just all of the pride flags. I don't know if I actually got all of them, but I did try to. I got all of them that were on the website that I checked, which is just like the first website that comes up when you search pride flags. So I think it's all of them. I don't know if there might be any that are missing. Okay, I think I got all of the cherry planks from the outside. Come here, happy guest. Yeah. I think that's nice. I never considered having red as part of this, but you know, for having that third part sticking out, I kind of like it. Oh. Maybe technically that part should be red because it's white there. So the white takes over the pink there. But not necessarily, because I think the idea is more so that like the pink is just like the lowest layer. It's like the base layer, and then it goes to white for the rest of it. But then this is like a kind of different section placed. It's kind of a different section entirely placed on top, and then that whole section is red. So yeah, I don't think it would make sense in the same way for any of this section to be red. Instead, it would potentially make more sense if I just considered it in like sections. So like this big middle section is white, and then like these sections sticking out are all pink, as well as the base of the middle section is pink. That might make more sense. Oh, but no, like, again, the base of this section is, the base is pink, and then on top is white, and so all of these sections sticking out are the same logic. The base is pink, and then above that is white. So I think the logic is all there. If anything, I could have this top section also have two different colors. You know, maybe maybe acacia or crimson. I think it's good though. I think it's good as it is. Now the question is, come here, you. Actually, first of all, okay, the roof and the floor are different. That is fantastic, because that means I can make this floor different if I so choose. Should this just all be mangrove? Because I'm gonna say right now, the answer is probably yes. Oh, yeah, I guess these aren't even, huh? That's interesting. I think I did that intentionally. I hope I did that intentionally. That's a little awkward if I didn't. It is kind of interesting having the pink. You know, I don't necessarily dislike it. Here, I think I'm gonna do this. Then otherwise, it is kind of interesting. I do want it to at least like match on the interior. You know, it shouldn't feel super like janky. Oh, like again here. Yeah, I want it to at least feel like it's an intentional design if I'm gonna keep it like this. Oh, wow. Uh, need to use some cherry planks. Yeah, that makes sense that this isn't enough wood storage. I wonder if I could incorporate some into this tower. I think if I was gonna add wood, it should probably be crimson wood. I definitely feel like this tower is missing something. I think just like another color, maybe some more intricacies. I don't know. The shape on top could probably be better detailed as well. Better shape, better, yeah, just in general, better shaping. Okay, what the heck am I supposed to do with overflow? Maybe I'll just put it up here. I don't really know what to do with this in general, so. You know, it might not be big enough, but I do like this storage room. I think it's fun. I wonder how I could do it better. Maybe this might sound strange, but maybe 4 column rows instead of 5, and then have more sections of that. At least one more section. Also, this sort of staircase that's like going away from it, I don't think is very good. You know, more ideally, you would have you'd have something like this, so you're going against it, and then you'd have it like, if you need to go up another layer, you'd have it be too wide, and so wraps around like that kind of design, that kind of like crisscross design. And that would allow you to have a lot more height, a lot more verticality if you needed. Although I think this is like kind of the max height for convenience. Because, you know, from the bottom, I can still reach all of the chests like this. I can flip trapdoors down, but even without flipping trapdoors down, like I can't quite get to the bottom one, but I can get to the top one. Oh, and I don't even have to jump to reach the top. So yeah, 6 chests vertically is like maximum convenience efficiency. You know, like that's perfect. So I don't know if I would want to go any taller. And then so again, having 4 columns, I think I might instead put the saplings and leaves in a different section with purely vegetation. Although honestly, would those just need to be like entirely their own section? Okay, so maybe those would stay with... Well, no, it wouldn't need to be its own section entirely because you need 2 of these. Okay, no, because you also need just more storage for wood. So I think just 4, like a whole section, a whole row for each like set of wood, I guess. I think you just need 2 sections for wood at this point. I mean, technically, with how I have it set up currently, I have enough room for 3 more wood types. Oh, hang on. I know what I can do with all of this cherry wood. More stairs and slabs. And, you know, any of this other stuff as needed, just fill in all of that more. Ooh. And I have a bunch more mangrove now, so I can fill in the rest of this as well. Let's see, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, just that, because I already have the sign. Okay. That's not all of it, is it? It is. Okay. Lovely. Oh, I just find this hammer so very satisfying. But yeah, I think if you did 4... If you did a full 4-column row per wood type, or per chest of wood, then you could just do like pure planks storage, and then, or maybe include the stairs and slabs in that, and then all of the extra commodities, all of these smaller things in a separate chest, and then the bulk log storage, and then the leaves and saplings. But alternatively, or maybe in addition to that, honestly, having just 2 wood types per chest, so you get that third row per wood type. That would arguably be better. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna move the jungle up here. I think that just kind of makes more sense. There's very much a possibility of me moving it down. If, you know, there's ever a wood type that would make sense to go with this, but I mean, that's fine. I'm also, you know, I'm approaching this like I would still be playing in this world by that point. But to be honest, I think I'm gonna be pretty eager to start a new world with the new autumn forest biome, the new Dappler forest. I might see what I can do both for that and for Sulfur Caves. I might see what I can do about resetting chunks that I haven't explored. Or not that I haven't explored, but I've been to but haven't done anything in. Because I do think the bigger thing that I wanna aim for with starting a new world is just having like a community to start it with. You know, currently this has been very much like just kind of on my own, you know, for myself, for the sake of like archiving. Which is great, but I do think it'd be a lot more special to like start this, to start a long-term survival world with other people there for the journey. You know, even if those people don't necessarily stick around, just for them to have been there at one point, for there to have been people throughout. Oh gosh. Little poke. And there was a creeper. Did Le Creeper disappear? I mean, yeah, kind of literally, I think it might have despawned. Well, that's okay. You're allowed to do that, creeper. Oh, that's fun. I like that. I gotta get more netherite so I can upgrade my other spear and my armor. Oh, wait, and I've kind of wanted to avoid exploring because of the sulfur caves, but now we're getting another new biome that's probably going to be even more common. I'm telling you, I think the biggest thing that Minecraft needs specifically for like replayability, or I don't know if replayability is exactly correct, more so like long-term worlds, is a better ways to incorporate new features into existing worlds. And that's like a really difficult thing to do, because you don't want to change people's worlds. You certainly don't want to force that change anyways. So, you know, I do think probably like just the best, simplest approach Um, the best and simplest approach, or the best simple approach, maybe, is, again, what I was just saying, have the ability to reset chunks that you have been to, that you have generated, but you haven't interacted with. And it'd be nice if there could be some amount of nuance to that, like, you know, maybe you've broken a block, but you haven't really, like, built there. Then it still gets reset. But I don't know if it's possible to have that kind of nuance without, you know, there potentially being some amount of, like, losing things you didn't want to, or resetting things you didn't want to. So, you know, the cleanest approach to that is just like, you literally have not done anything in that chunk. You know, you've rode through it on a horse, you've flown over it with elytra. You haven't done anything there. Like, aside from potentially having mined underground, I probably haven't done anything in any of these chunks over here. But, you know, in theory, in the autumn drop, maybe an abandoned camp would generate over there, or over there, or right there. And it'd be cool if, like, upon updating my game, it was just there. Oh. Speaking of abandoned structures, that's interesting. Okay, I have been here already. That's cool though. I should fix this nether portal. I've gotten kind of obsessed with just like fixing ruined portals rather than making my own nether portal. I don't know when the last time I just made a nether portal was, honestly. You know, not in survival. I guess it was the second to last survival world I played on, which was a server. The last two survival worlds I played before this one were servers that I properly played anyways. You know, not counting anything like trying out an April Fool's snapshot or some such thing. I don't know what you might be able to count in that regard. What I've done that would count in that regard. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, second to last one. That was actually, I think we started the server because of the Nether update. You know, we were really excited and eager to play that update because it was It's just the best update that Minecraft's had, arguably. Like, you know, to this day. And, you know, respecting the hardships the team went through to make it. It's very important to respect that. It's also just, it's so good. You know, I'm so happy that it happened. So yeah, you know, naturally, we were very excited to try that stuff out. And I mean, even in that world, you know, the first nether portal we made was a fixed ruin portal, very close to spawn. They just took us straight into a bastion. That was fun. That was very fun. And then, you know what? I don't think I even made this portal because this isn't the kind of thing that I have much interest in. But we had at least one, like, you know, custom nether portal, I guess. One player built nether portal for the nether roof. You know, it was way up in the sky. Actually, is that tall enough? That'd be interesting. But again, I don't really have much interest in that kind of thing myself, so I don't think I made that. So like, genuinely, I think the last time I made another portal, you know, as in not repair ruined portal, I think was before they existed. I think that's just such a fun way of going about it, of just repairing the ruined portals. I really love that approach. It's extra funny though, considering the ruined portal that I've repaired in this world that I've been using is way over here, beyond my mountain, and you can't even see it from here. Not with my current render distance. Maybe from the tree? No. There it is. It was barely out of view. Now that is the direction of spawn, but still, like, yeah, this is my base, and it's it's quite a ways from that. So yeah, I should definitely repair that other one. That's quite a bit closer. My lead! What even happened to that? That was wild. How did... what? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Come hither, cows. Genuinely, I don't know why I didn't do this sooner. I have a cow pen. Obviously, those go in the cow pen. All of these are trickier. I don't have a pig pen. And I don't have anywhere for these more exotic mobs, like the armadillos and frogs. So, gotta figure out that. Also, I should do more work on this path. You know what? Ow. Not like that. I think I might do more to it right now. Oh no, has my family started arguing about politics? I don't know if they actually are. I just realized I probably broke all of the grass in this area because, you know, just punching it away at all the sugarcane. So maybe, I don't think there's really any way to prevent that from happening. Maybe I should just mine away this bit of land and put more sugarcane around there. I might do that. Okay, let's see here. Ground level elytra gliding is very satisfying when you do it well. It's kind of funny that I've got an extra row of sugarcane when I'm using both of these equally. The difference, the reason I think I did it that way is because there's more uses for sugarcane than there are for pumpkins. You know, the pumpkins I'm basically just using for the pumpkin pie. Whereas sugarcane, that also turns into paper, and sugar itself can be used for potions. And I'm not sure about anything else, but potions. Okay, I think it should be this. Yes. And then, where do I have all this mossy cobblestone from? Where do I have all this mossy cobblestone from? Oh, it is from the dungeon. I'm like, I haven't mined up any spawners. No, I have the zombie spawner. I you know, made it into a experience farm, which involves removing the entire room around it and a bunch more blocks. Okay, that makes sense. I should get more moss. I wish I could use moss carpet. Yeah, I had to check because I didn't actually know that that wasn't a thing, but it's not. Or like, if you could turn moss carpet into moss, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I should go get me a whole bunch of moss, I think. Hull. Lay diamond aside. I think it's very fun that it's a scythe. Oh, you know what? I should absolutely be doing this with armor. But that's fine. I mean, I've only got two measly little levels at the moment. I'm gonna gather up all these Enderman blocks. Okay, I genuinely don't know about those three. It doesn't feel like they would have spawned there naturally, but like, they also could have. Oh, I'm so happy they fixed the what do you call it? How has this not spread? What? Yeah, that's an Enderman placed block, all right. You know what? No, I'm gonna leave that one. That's crazy. Either this hasn't spread because of light level or because it has like just recently been placed there. Okay, I feel like this is a good spot. Something's smelling good. I wonder what that is. Ah, you can't replace those other stone types. That's good to know. Honestly, I kind of assumed that it would replace those. Why are none of those spreading? Oh, is it because you have... I think you have to do it on the top. Interesting. Okay, I think I might actually... There also can't be anything above it, it seems like. I might actually kind of leave this as like a overgrown, lush area. Oh, and never mind. It definitely does replace these blocks. I mean, I think I mentioned wanting to do that anyways. You know, have this like... kind of overgrown, like grotto kind of atmosphere. Yeah, like anywhere, I think anywhere there's water, it's like a pretty cool aesthetic. I mean, particularly the places there's water. Not exclusively. that's cool. I mean, like, it's crazy how easy it is to do that and how much it just like it just works. Like it just makes an area look good. Let's see. Oh, you know, I hadn't really considered the azalea bushes, but yeah. Those are definitely important. By the way, you know, haven't even like tried to farm the armadillo scoots, and I already have 14. You know, not a crazy amount, but like just kind of idly like the amount I got from bringing them over, and then from going by once in a while. Haven't brushed a single one. You know, it just kind of accumulates. Yeah, let's put my helmet and boots on. It is nice to have just that extra little bit of protection. I don't know how crazy I want to go with this. But yeah, you know, these kind of make for like really nice path blocks. I when I was trying to think of how to decorate this path originally, like you know, I just couldn't think of anything. um you know, I'm not accustomed to this kind of thing. To doing path work. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know what I'm doing. But I've watched some, well, I do watch some very, very talented builders on Hermitcraft. You know, I've seen the kinds of like just incredible detail work they do. I think originally, you know, it kind of felt a little bit like I can just do that. I can just grab those blocks and throw them together and it'll work. But then I couldn't think of the blocks. And the blocks I did have, I wasn't sure how to use them effectively. I wasn't sure how to put them where I wanted in the way that I wanted. You know, being reminded of these blocks that exist, that these are an option. It's like, of course. How didn't I think of that? How could I just forget? I don't really know what I'm what I'm trying to say. Um, it's just kind of interesting, I guess. You know, the ways that like you can have ideas of how you want to go about things, and you feel like you know exactly what you want, but you don't know how to make it happen in the way that you want. And like, I guess you kind of just have to try things, and you know, don't be afraid to take inspiration from others. See how other people do things. See what seemingly obvious things you may have forgotten. I mean, you know, I don't know if this is necessarily working super well, but like, I don't feel like it's not working. Yeah. I think it's kind of nice. Still not quite where, like, I envision it. You know, the kinds of paths that I see people make is like just sprawling with texture. That, but like it still somehow feels like a dirt path. It's like it's covered in, you know, those blocks that I was just using, like tough and mossy cobblestone and gravel, like all these stone blocks, all these stony blocks, but then still manages to feel like a dirt path. And I'm not really sure how to achieve that right now, but I guess you just gotta keep trying. Just try different things and see where it takes you. Oh. There we go. I was like, why is that not working? I forgot. I forgot to convert the sugar cane into sugar. Almost said sugar into sugar cane. That's not how that works. little chick. Yeah, I wonder when it will be that I when it will be that I start up my new world. What I intend to be my proper, you know, forever world. I don't know. Well, I can now tell you at minimum? Is that? Yeah, at minimum. So the shortest amount of time that it would be until I do that is the release of the fall update with the Dappler Forest. I wouldn't want to start a new world until that comes out. Because it's going to be another big change to the overworld, you know? As I've seen people point out, and I think this is probably very true, like it feels like a biome that should be pretty common. Apparently there's already like kind of a place for it in the generation where like there's, I don't know exactly what they said. Is it like oak forest generating in kind of a cold climate, maybe? Because it is, being a fall biome, it is kind of a cold climate. So I mean, yeah. If there's oak forest generating in cold climates, then it does make sense that would just be a fall biome. That would be this Dappler Forest. I think I'm getting that right. It's very strange words. The tree type is poplar, and then yeah, I believe the forest name is Dappler, which I think those might be a real thing. Oh, is it dappled? It's dappled, not Dappler. Okay. Okay, I don't know if these are like a real life thing at all. I saw like one post that was making it out to be a real thing because it was they were basically pointing out like how it's like a weird decision from Mojang because like maple forests are better known as are more well known as like for having those autumn colors, and dappled forests are like much more green or maybe yellow or something. But searching it up myself, I think they may have just misunderstood, possibly. Because all the results I'm seeing, aside from Minecraft, of course, they all say sun dappled. So I don't know what dappled means. I have a guess. Something about kind of, you know, dotted around. Yeah, dappled is an adjective meaning marked with numerous spots, rounded patches, or shifting areas of light and shadow. So, yeah, all these images I'm seeing of, you know, sun-dappled forests, I think they're just describing that the light is shining through kind of splotchy. It's not that that's like the type of forest that it is. So that definitely feels like a fitting name for this autumn forest in Minecraft, because that is what that like kind of climate, I guess, that season of forest looks like. As you have all these different colors of red, orange, and yellow dappled around. But also the forest itself seems to be like fairly dense, so it would have kind of a double meaning with the light shining through in that way. Yeah, so it's the dappled forest and the poplar wood. Oh no, that's another question. Are poplar trees a real thing? Yes. Definitely yes, by the looks of things. And then yeah, as for if that's like particularly like an autumn kind of forest, I think the only thing that matters there is that it can be, that it can like the trees or the tree leaves do change colors in that way during autumn. Because that's like probably most trees do that. You know, I asked my mom a while back, like when I was thinking about this, because I've wanted an autumn forest in Minecraft for a long time, as have a lot of people, I'm sure. I asked my mom a while back what type of tree she would most strongly associate with those like autumn colors, and she said oak. So, you know, obviously that wasn't an option for Minecraft. Um, and I'm sure like birch probably does the same kind of thing. I would imagine like jungle leaves would probably do that as well. But I think what defines a jungle is the climate, and I don't think those climates would ever enter a fall season. I am purely guessing with that, but you know, I feel like kind of the whole identity of a jungle is it is always like very wet, lots of rain, always kind of in that like spring season, that spring climate. So I feel like they never would, you know, like I don't imagine a jungle ever like dying over the winter. That feels just like the total opposite of what a jungle is. But you know, I imagine though the trees that are in jungles would take on those autumn colors if the climate changed in that way. Yeah, I think the only tree type really that doesn't do that, I mean, I'm sure there's others, but the main one that doesn't do that is evergreens. You know, spruce trees, basically. Because they have green pine needles instead of leaves. And, well, you know, something, they don't lose those pine needles when it gets cold. So they just are evergreen. But yeah, so you know, I've felt for a long while that maple forests was like, that felt to me like it had a strong identity as being an autumn forest. But again, autumn is just a season. It's not a type of forest or a type of tree. So yeah, that could be applied to any tree type potentially. I mean, they could have even just had they could have just had autumn versions of existing tree types. Which is getting awfully close to the idea of seasons. But it still could have been in a biome format, where you reuse oak and birch and just give them different leaf colors. Hopefully not just through biome tinting. It would be disappointing if it was purely through biome tinting. But I mean, there's no helping involved here. We're getting an autumn forest. I'm very excited. So yeah. Point is, I switched to my screen, my stream preview, and my avatar's eyes were closed, and I was scared for a second that I had the closed eyes toggle this whole time. No, she was simply blinking. Yeah, this biome hopefully is going to be very common. You know, honestly, like if it's about equally as common as like oak and birch forest, that's fantastic. I would love to see that. Probably gonna be fairly common, perhaps very common. And yeah, that alone is gonna drastically change and I would say improve the general overworld. Just having those occasional splotches of red, orange, and yellow rather than just green everywhere. That'll be so good. And then I'm not currently gonna bank on it, but some people have been talking about, like, you know, wanting Bedrock's snowy leaf feature, where leaves get tinted white when it's snowing. People have been talking about wanting that to be added to Java, which I will very quickly say, I don't want that to come to Java. I want both versions to change so that leaves have a snowy overlay. And I think that would look a lot better, personally. But, you know, same difference. People want an update to the way that trees kind of interact with snow. You know, people want trees to look... People want snowy trees to look nicer, basically. Snowier, snowy trees. And the... What is it? The head of Minecraft? Is that his title? Ryan Cooper? He replied something cheeky to one of those discussions. I don't remember exactly what he said. I could check, actually. Where was it? From Mint Refresh on Twitter. Oh yeah. It was he said it's only going to get better. Oh wait. Is this? Sorry, that's a different comment. But I think he might have said the same thing here. So that was for Caves and Cliffs. Yes, it's... This is why it's cheeky. So he said that before with... did I say Caves and Cliffs? The Sulfur Caves. KS Cubed. People were, you know, talking about, like, if there's going to be more for the drop or whatever, which, of course, there was going to be. It was fairly early on. And he said, it's only going to get better. And then people were... Or the snowy leaves were being brought up again, and he responded in a thread of that. It's only going to get better. So yeah, I feel like he's mainly just being very cheeky there, just kind of teasing. But it does make me wonder. You know, I had like just come to the conclusion before. I thought when Spring to Life happened, you know, they had this whole drop focusing on warm biomes. I then tried to predict that winter later that same year, they would then update cold biomes, and that was kind of going to be like an overarching theme across the year. But as drops have continued, I've realized more like they don't want to do multiple of the same theme in a year. You know, they want to try to cover more playstyles through different drops. So, you know, we're not going to get more than one like ambience themed update in a year. And so last year we got Spring to Life in the spring, and that covered warm biomes. This year we're apparently getting autumn forests for the fall. And so I was thinking perhaps then next year in the winter we'll get that cold biome update. But now I can't help but wonder if that's actually just going to be this year for the fall update is going to be cold biomes, and you know, Autumn Forest being a cold biome is included in that. Now again, I'm not banking on that. I'm sticking with my current prediction that it's going to be next winter. Or no, that's this year. Winter next year, 2027. But we will see. Like, they've already announced so much for this fall drop. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if we should be expecting a bunch more or not very much. You know, I feel like with the kind of... Oh, I hope my stream isn't like crashing here. Yeah, my internet is being rough. Okay, I'll try to... Oh, and now it's doing better. I don't know. I need to get a new Ethernet switch. I think... I am hopeful that that is the problem with my internet. That's why it struggles so much sometimes. Anyways, yeah, the way that they like strategically updated a bunch of different biomes in Spring to Life in small but impactful ways. Like that's all I'm really wanting to see with the cold biomes. Maybe a mob. Okay, you know, if they added moose, that would be lovely. I think cold biomes could definitely benefit from some more cold climate creatures. What even do they have? Do they have anything that's unique? Granted, you could ask the same thing for like deserts and warm biomes. Well, Savannas have armadillos. Deserts have camels. Deserts have camels. I guess, like, this is... It does count as a cold biome. Mountains have goats. And then I want to say it's mainly glaciers. So it's pretty niche, but maybe there's some areas in other cold biomes have polar bears. And then there are Arctic foxes, and I guess foxes themselves are colder climates. So yeah, I mean, cold biomes do have a handful. But I do feel like just like one more could like really benefit them. Again, moose, maybe deer. Owls have been going around. Any of those would be lovely. Oh, and then all the generic farm animals, you know, they have warm, temperate, and cold variants now. Well, temperate being the classic variants. Yeah, they've got those unique warm and cold variants now. So yeah, cold biomes have that, and warm biomes, of course, also have that. So like they're doing like fairly similarly. Warm biomes could also benefit from some more mobs. But yeah, maybe a mob for cold biomes, but otherwise, there's two main things that I want for cold biomes. Okay, three main things that I want for cold biomes. Snow logging is a must. They need to add snow logging. That might already be a Bedrock feature. I'm not sure. But Java needs it. And I don't so much so mean for blocks. Or, well, they're all blocks. I don't so much mean for like structural blocks, like fences or stairs. Although those would be great as well. I do think those also should get snow logging. But more so foliage. You know, grass and flowers. You can't be having a snowy field and then there's just a bunch of dappled spots of grass. Because there's, you know, there's whatever foliage there, and there's not allowed to be a snow layer as well. So they need to fix that for for cold biomes. We need snow logging. And then the other big thing, or the next big thing, same thing that we saw for Spring to Life, is just more, just little bits of more foliage throughout different biomes. Just, you know, like they did it so well, I think, in Spring to Life, of just, they added a regular bush variant that is found throughout all biomes. That's just like a little difference in texture from the regular grass. They added wildflowers that they put in birch forests and meadows. They added firefly bushes, of course, along riverbanks, and that's just some lovely, like, particle atmosphere and sounds. Oh, the sounds they added is a whole other thing. I guess that's a fourth thing, maybe. Block attached ambient sounds are so good. And then they added the dry grass to deserts, as well as cactus flowers that just liven up deserts and badlands a little bit more. You know, just like one or two more blocks throughout the biomes, and just like different blocks in certain biomes, and like just a little bit more. And I think it adds so much. Oh, of course, they also added leaf litter. That was a massive thing. I kind of blinked on that somehow. So yeah, just those little bits more. And again, the snow logging to make it not terrible looking. And then the third thing I wanted to say, I already said, I added a fourth thing with the ambient block sounds. But third thing is more, just like one or two more cold biomes that aren't snowy. So just some more biomes that feel cold, but they're not just white. They're not just covered in snow. And guess what? They've already at least partially covered that with the autumn forest. So with the dappled forest. And I wouldn't expect a second biome in a single drop, but yeah, I mean, I feel like in theory they definitely could cover most of what I just said in the rest of this upcoming drop, in the rest of this fall drop. Again, not counting on it, but it's possible, and that would be very lovely. Anyways, yeah, the cold biomes getting updated is the other like main thing that I would want to happen before starting my proper forever world. I feel weird calling it a forever world. Like, I don't know how else to clearly describe what I intend for it, but to me that is just your survival world. Like, I don't want to start a world with the intention of just dropping it after a while. I did end up doing that. Well, it wasn't initially the intent. It wasn't the intent when I made it, but I did end up doing that with my current world, as I'm planning to move on from it. But yeah, in general, like, at least longer term is always my intention for survival worlds. It's not something I really want to move on from. Although I think like the way that Hermitcraft does it, as an example, is pretty nice. You know, they give themselves a few months to as much as 2 years, just however long they want to. They want to keep going, to just build up these incredible worlds, these incredible builds, and then they start over. And they get to go through the early game all over again. They get to do new projects. And they get to, you know, they get to experience the game evolve and the changes that come with that. They're not stuck with like older generation or whatever. They don't lose access to new features. I think that is a very good way of going about it as well. And that might end up being more what I go for. We'll see. Although, I think that's also more ideal with servers in particular. Because then, like, starting over again helps to refresh excitement for everyone involved. I think that can be a lot harder to keep everyone's interest with a single world, to keep multiple people's interest with one single world. But anyways, yeah. When I create my next survival world, it would be really nice to have the cold biomes updated by that point. Because I do think they're going to be updated eventually. And I would love to have that as part of my world. But, you know, I don't know when I'm going to make that world. Because I don't think it's going to be that soonest possible, or like that earliest time that I mentioned, being the release of this year's fall drop. Yeah, I don't think that's when it's gonna be. Because again, the other big thing, the other really big thing I'm aiming for is just having more of a community to share it with. And yeah, I don't know when. I don't know when that's gonna happen. Maybe that'll happen within a few months' time. Maybe that won't be for years. If ever. I don't know how long I'm gonna be sticking with this. I mean, especially if I just like never develop any kind of an audience, I think it would eventually get a lot harder to stay motivated to keep doing it. But at least for now, I'm enjoying it regardless. You know, as I've said, it's a way to get myself to play more games that I want to play, but just don't for some reason. It's a way to get myself to play games more and to talk more, to use my voice more, to, you know, try to get better at putting my thoughts into words in a cohesive manner. And I definitely am still struggling with that part, but hopefully it's gradually improving. It's definitely easier to do it when I'm not playing anything and I'm just sitting here talking. When I'm trying to think about what I'm doing and also think about what I'm trying to say, it's like I can't do either. Well, this has been fun. I think this is the longest I've streamed in a little while. They've been kind of shorter streams lately. I haven't had a ton of energy for the streaming. Yeah, longest stream in 3 weeks, it looks like, since I mined for ancient debris. And it's still not longer than that. That's okay. 4.5 hours though. Pretty good. Yeah, I should be back on Thursday. We'll probably play more Hollow Knight. Took a little bit of a Minecraft break there with all of the Minecraft Live news going on. A lot of excitement there. And then with it being the start of Pride Month today, I just felt like playing in the survival world, doing some stuff revolving around that. And then, you know, I got around to some other random bits and bobs. I mentioned this, I was talking about it in the last stream. I do think having less focused streams does help me to do more. Strangely, I don't know what the balance there is. Going in with like a goal to accomplish is good, but then I feel like it can be difficult to transition away from that goal, or like once I've accomplished that goal, I might just, you know, kind of feel like I'm done. Like I've done the objective, so I'm, you know, don't feel very inspired to do much else. Or like it doesn't feel right to try to start another project within that same stream. But then if the goal is kind of just doing whatever, then well, yeah, it's kind of, it can be easier to do whatever, to do a variety of different projects. You know, do at least little bits of variety different projects. So yeah, might try to do more of those. You know, I'm always wanting to give it like some kind of a unique title, so that's part of why I struggle with doing miscellaneous streams. I don't want it to just always be titled like, I don't know what I'm doing today. Or bits and bobs or whatever, but as far as the VODs channel is concerned, I can always just go back and rename it to whatever I did end up doing in that stream. So it's all just kind of figuring things out. Trying different things, figuring things out. I don't know. I just realized the viewer rewards tag has been added again. Okay, so I think that is an automatic thing for when there's Minecraft viewer rewards, because currently if you watch like 5 minutes of a Minecraft stream on Twitch, you can get a code for the Builder's Cape. Maybe. I read something that they might have somehow ran out of codes. I sure hope that isn't true, because that's ridiculous. What do you mean you ran out of codes? That doesn't make sense. But yeah, that is a thing that's been going on. So I don't know if it automatically removes it or if I have to remove it. I feel like if there's a setting to stop it from automatically adding that, I would probably prefer to just disable it. I mean, it could be useful for like drawing in some more attention, but I don't, if it doesn't automatically go away as well, then I don't want to have to remember to remove it myself whenever that happens. Also, as far as the occasional little like notification sound I've been hearing, I am suspecting it might just be related to my internet, or specifically my connection in OBS. Don't know if that's what it is, but it might be. keep yawning. Yeah. Again, should be back on Thursday. Probably gonna play more Hollow Knight. And that will be all for today. I shall see you later. Farewell.